Hello, everybody. I hope everyone is doing well. The people that watch this later, um, and the people that we see throughout the evening. Um, Hello and welcome, and sending you love and light. I just wanted to go through a few things like we do at the beginning lately, right? Please take a moment to take a look at our information box, read the things there. These are the prices for live streams right here. Pixie, the amazing sitter for this channel, has her own channel because she's an amazing craft artisan. And this is that channel. It's at DIY is on the cheap, on the YT, on the tube of you. And so please make sure you check that out. She also has a secondary channel with her beloved called We Bought a Hoarder House. So you should check that out as well. And I think that's the majority of what we need to say here at the beginning. Let me take that down here. Okay. Let me bring Pixie in.
Hello.
All right, I need to get my rings on and stuff like that. I smudged earlier. And I smudged me too because they were like, hey, you need to smudge yourself more often. I was like, oh. And they're like, you got to talk to Pixie about that later. So I was like, okay. So later we got to talk about that.
Yeah, I know. I need to smudge more often. But when I do
Well,
smudge, I smudge Jimmy too.
yeah, right. Yeah. So see, for me, like I guess I do the house sometimes. I think the prayers are more important than the actual activity, right? It's the determination and the prayers and the thinking about things, right? And so we do the house sometimes, but I'm starting to do this room that I sit in here more and more often. And then today they were like, why are you're starting to ask the things, and pray about the things we want you to pray and meditate on, when you're smudging the room. So why don't you do that for your body too? And I was like, oh. So they were having me do that as well. And then they were like, so talk to her about it. I was like, okay, I will. And then, so those that don't know what smudging is, right? It's a way of going through your house and clearing out energies. And there are different ways to do it. People have different opinions. The ways my guides prefer it. So you take something like sage. People talk about saging their house, or I prefer Palo Santo. Or if you have allergies or smoke sensitivities, you can do it with sound. You could do it with like a bell, right? Or like a singing bowl or whatever sounds pretty to you. Or you could do it with crystals or a bowl of water, or that you carry around, whatever works for you. But you sort of go, along the walls in your house and around certain areas, and you always make sure you open one window. And the point here is, at least my guides, what they advise is that you ask all energy that's in your space that's old and tired, sick, angry, exhausted, whatever, along those lines, negative intended, to leave your space. But also, my guides and angels advise that, first of all, you thank any of that energy that has helped you in the past, maybe it's tired and sad because it's been there helping you clean your energy. So you thank it for any help it's offered you, and if it's negative, and you thank it for any lessons it might have taught you. But then tell everything it needs to leave and go outside and find angels so that it can be rejuvenated and loved on, so that it can get cleaned up as well. So you thank it for being there, for lessons and help. You ask it to leave and say, hey, you should, this is my prayer for you. You go out and you find the light, or whatever your, religious, spiritual beliefs are, right? Find nature or positive energy or angels or goddesses or fairies, whatever. And, a tree and ask to be cleared and healed yourself. And so thank you. And my prayer for you is that you get cleaned up and feel better. So you leave the window open, one window, and you let, the smoke or the sound or whatever attach to that energy and carry it out of the house. Now, the next thing you want to do is say a prayer or meditation or set an intention that any space that has just been cleared is now filled with the love and light and healing of God, the universe, Buddha, the Fae, whatever, nature, whatever your thing is. But you ask, once you've taken some time to ask the energy to leave and you've thanked it and wished it well, you also want to then say, any space that's been cleared or any space that's already open, little cracks and crevices, please fill it with love and light and healing and truth, so that, everything in your house is locked down and loaded with positive energy to the best of your ability, and nothing else can sneak in there, right? Because you're at maximum capacity energetically. And you want it all to be positive. And so then also, a lot of people do smudge themselves, and I do sometimes, but they were like, hey, these prayers that you say, though, for the energy, like thanking it and stuff, you need to start doing that when you smudge yourself. You need to be thanking like your body and your cells for taking care of you and clearing out gook, and your energy field for doing the same thing. And you need to ask the things in your body that are causing you trouble, or in your energy or in your mind, whatever, your heart, that are causing trouble, that are sick, tired, angry, to leave as well, and thank them for their service, and say, my intention now is to heal in all ways, and in any space that is cleared now by me clearing, this stuff out of my body, please fill it with love and light and healing and faith and all of those kinds of things as well. And so I was like, okay, we can do that. We can do that. And it was interesting because, even in the back of my mind, I was going, sometimes healing, as I think most of us that have tried consciously to do healing, no matter what it is, whether it's from an ailment or psychologically or spiritually or whatever, sometimes we get a little nervous about it, because when you're really doing the work, it's not always easy. Sometimes there's actual pain in the process of healing, and you're, things are sort of physically moving backwards, maybe sometimes through an illness, and that's unpleasant. Or, if it's psychological or emotional wounds, like they get exposed. So, sometimes it's scary to do that. And I was sort of like, I wonder like if anything will happen. And then I did have a few like aches and pains in very specific places where, energy spots, spiritually, and then a couple of like physical places where it was like, well, I mean, I knew I had some pain in certain places, but I didn't know like like it was going to, where the big masses of energy were, until I asked this, right? And then like when I felt a little bit of shift, like it was like, oh man, like there's some places that are hurting, right? Like, but just remember to breathe through that, and don't panic. And then, ask for the guts. Like if you're scared to do that stuff, ask for the guts to do the right things for yourself. If that's, and I'm saying all this because it's stuff I've learned in the last like 48 hours. If you're struggling to do things that you're supposed to be doing, whether pursuing taking care of yourself physically or whatever, it is that you're supposed to be doing, and you're having a hard time and you're stuck. Yeah, sometimes we were talking last night about how we're stubborn asses and we don't listen and that kind of stuff. But sometimes it's really because there's fear there, because some of these things are scary and hard to do. And so if you ask, if the worst you could do, right? And if you can do nothing else, you ask for support. You ask like, hey, I am not really ready to start this journey yet. Can you help me get ready? Can you help me get ready to pursue this doctor thing or pursue this thing I need to do? Can you help me get ready? Please help my bravery build. Please help me and my body and my energy field figure out ways, even in advance, to soothe over some of the bumps and bruises before, I take this plunge. Maybe it'll make it less scary when I do. If every day I'm asking, hey, I know I need to change, but I've been scared to ask for it because I don't feel ready. Can you help me get ready? And that was new advice for me. Like, I mean, I'm sure like most people maybe have thought of that, but like we think it's just a passing thought. They're saying, no, use it. Like if you're stuck, if you feel like you're going, like we talked about last night, in the absolute opposite direction of advice, the minimum you can do, if you're not ready to take the advice, is to say, please help me take steps towards making the best choices for me. A lot of the things you're recommending, I don't know if I'm ready for, but please help me get ready. Help me get ready so that someday when I have the balls to follow this advice, it's just not so all fired scary or painful as I thought it was going to be. So as you can see, they had a lot to say to me even after we talked about that last night.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's true and it's useful. So I'm really grateful for it. That's great advice. Like if you can't take our best advice, like they've been working, like we talked about last night, with readings to always give middle of the road options and choose one of those, right? But also ask for the help and the support to be able to step towards choosing the best possible things for yourself and not being afraid of them. And so it was like, oh, I'm going to add that to my prayers and meditations. Like I need to add that in, because we teach ourselves through habits sometimes too, how to meditate and pray in ways that work for us. So even if you sort of like smiling until you actually smile, right? Like fake it till you make it. Like, yeah. So they had a lot to say about it. Whew. And then that young lady, I know you left last night, Pixel, after your reading, which was, we were talked about a little bit earlier, was on the money. And I mean, we thought, both of us thought, oh, we're just going to like break in this deck and I'm sure she'll get some nice little advice here and there, right? But like, we're just breaking in the deck. And then it was like, no, ladies.
Right.
Get ready.
Let me show you how wrong you are.
Let me show you something.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And then that.
Yeah, I guess I saw most of her reading.
Did you? I mean, there was, after you left, I think there's maybe another 30, 45 minutes. And, I learned from that too, because like really at the jump, and I told her this, so this is not going to be a surprise if she ever hears this thing we're talking about now. At the very beginning, like very first 5 cards, I was like, okay, now I just really want to ask like why you'd want to be in a situation with a person that treats you like this. But I'm always scared because I could tell it was not good news. Like, if that person was really hoping I was going to say, nope, everything's going to fix itself, you're going to be romantically in love forever. Like, first 5 cards, it was crystal clear that wasn't the case. And so that's really scary as a reader because you are forever the messenger.
Yeah.
And, you don't want to make people hurt, but you also know that guides love them and they're trying, and they've come and asked for the truth. So, I always try it. I don't lie and make up fairy tales, but I try and tiptoe around the hard parts. And finally, at a certain point after you left last night, I was already sort of diving in, but like, I just went in with my teeth, like towards the end. And, she took it really well. Like I think she preferred the blunt end of the stick in her case. So I'm really grateful that she took it well, and am optimistic. I hope that she's able to remember, right? Because just like everyone, she totally deserves a much happier, healthier scenario. Like she doesn't deserve to be treated that way. At all. So anyway, this deck, I mean, this wasn't involved in her reading, but this deck was definitely alive for Pixie last night. Holy
That's for
schmoly.
sure.
Made me go, what decks am I ignoring? What decks am I like? So I was sitting there thinking, like, if we didn't have much company, because actually, the people from Europe and the UK and stuff kept sort of tiptoed in the last like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And so, if in the beginning it's quiet here, it was like, okay, I think I can just sit here and set up some pick a card readings.
Right.
And shuffle and use just a lot, mostly oracles, and see what we get. If we don't have any pop-ins, or if you don't have any questions. I don't know if I have any questions.
No, I don't think I have any questions right now.
I bet after last night, I'd be like, I'm good for a day or two.
Yeah.
At least.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That was good. It was plenty to think about.
Yep. What, kitty?
Oh, I heard your kitty cat. Which kitty cat?
My pain in the ass kitty cat.
Because you had a baby, right? Like, and I know that the guys are like, eventually that baby's supposed to live inside, but I figure, is it still outside?
He's back outside, yeah.
Okay.
Big kitty Big kitty wanted to eat him.
Yeah, you got to work on family smell. I helped my cousin. They got a new puppy in their house, and I've talked a lot to one of her dogs, Luke. I haven't talked to all of her dogs very much, but I've talked to Luke a lot. He's their oldest doggy, and he has a lot to say and a lot of advice to give about family stuff, which is always fascinating. And so it was like, help me out here, Luke. Like, what is the best way to do this for you guys? And my animals talk a lot about family smell. That's what the term they use is family smell. And like, we all sort of know what they're talking about. Like, cats go around marking different areas, and dogs do too, even without peeing. Like, they still are, leaving their scent in different places or whatever. And I find, like, when I go through like treatment week or sick week or whatever, I have one kitty cat who, because I got birds in my space, and most of my animals the quadrupeds are scared of the birds. They're not angry about them. They're scared. They don't come back very often. However, like once a month, like usually sort of towards the end of that week, one of my kitties comes and like insists on coming in. And he comes in and he like rubs his little marker tooth on all sorts of parts of the room. And he'll sit in a couple of different places for like 10 minutes at a time and purr and then leaves. I know he's clearing energy, remarking. And, of course, with the spaces that they love, they're doing it too. So this particular doggo, and cats are the same, but this dog was like, okay, we need to build family smell with the puppy. And some of us feel like we need to do it before we're like face to face with the puppy. So like, I want to have one of my favorite, he calls one of the kids his favorite boy. I want one of my favorite boys, like old shirts or socks or something, and I want you to throw it in with the puppy when it sleeps tonight. But then tomorrow night, let me sleep with it. And then throw it back in with the puppy, and then let me sleep with it, and then pass it on to some of the other dogs. Put it in rotation. And that like worked in like 3 days. It was crazy. I mean, I think it worked in 3 days in their house because that's what their leader wanted. Like, he knew what needed to happen. So I don't know. I mean, I know it would work eventually almost everywhere, but I don't know if it would work as fast. But he knew what needed to happen to make everybody comfortable. And it changed. I mean, it did. Like, it changed really quickly. Even there was a human that was really pissed off about the puppy, which was weird. It was a weird situation in that particular, because people I understand that. Like, there's some people that are like, why is there another pet or whatever? But in this case, it was very sort of out of the blue and strange anger that was really mostly not about the dog at all, the puppy at all. But regardless, because the trauma with the big dogs didn't happen that the human person thought was going to happen. Like in like 36 hours, he chilled out and was like, this is good. I can do this. So that doggo, Luke, he definitely knew like what his family needed. And I thought that was really sweet. Like, because he really was like, okay, do you have a pen and paper? And it was like, okay, I probably don't remember it, but let's see. Let's see if I can remember it. Because I'm sure a lot of times we seem pretty dumb to them. So it makes sense that he's like, girl, write this down. Write this down. Yeah, he's so
Yeah, I
sweet.
know one thing we were going to check into was about like, you just going to ask him about if like hypnosis for smoking is going to work.
Oh, yeah. Or advice for quitting smoking. I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Guides, what deck do you think? Is it an oracle? Is it a tarot deck? They're like, look around. We'll highlight it for you. Okay, hold on. So actually, what's interesting is number one, we're going to bring out these lovely, this pot deck you gave me because it does have like smoking and stuff in it. So it's going to get some use, that's going to be fun. Let's see. Okay, guys, I'm looking at the boxes. What do you want me to do here? Okay, this is interesting. So it's the Abraham Hicks Health and the Law of Attraction deck. Is it this one, guys? Is it also this one? I'm sorry, you want me to ask more clearly. Is this a deck to use to help talk about advice for how Pixie can quit smoking? Okay. Yep. All right. So we're going to do a little shuffling because some of these haven't seen action in a while. This one has more recently been shuffled. So first of all, let's shuffle it just once or twice. This is a wonderful deck that Pixie sent me, and then they actually sent me two, but it's the Pot Tarot by Peggy White. And so that's what this deck is. And so we're just going to shuffle it, and then they want me to put a crystal on it before we use it. It's interesting, it's a trauma. It's a crystal that pulls trauma and like anxiety out of the body. So that's interesting. Okay, they were like, good. All right. See how these other things in shuffle. This is the Health and the Law of Attraction. It's a card deck. It's an Abraham Hicks deck. So it says Esther and Jerry Hicks. They have a few different decks that their company has made or whatever. But yeah, this is the Health and Law of Attraction deck. And it doesn't have any guidebooks because the cards have copious amounts of advice upon them. So we're going to shuffle these. Okay, and then they've already told me what crystal. That's interesting too. So that's going to be relevant. I don't know if we got somebody watching us or if it's a bot, but if we do, hello, love and light to you. Please feel free to say hello, whether you're AI or humanoid. And if you don't feel like saying hello, welcome, and hope you're doing well. Let's see. Three more. Okay. Yeah, they're talking about the mudra deck too, so I need to pull that out before I'll forget. Okay, let's take this one away, this new deck, because space. Here, the final frontier. Where is it? There it is. Okay, and you want it? Yeah, okay. You're supposed to move this. All right, I'm getting instructions. I follow your instructions. You guys are the boss, applesauce. This is the Beyond Lemuria Oracle deck. It came with a really healthy book. And it's made by Izzy Ivy. This is good. We're going to have them in circulation to settle pick of cards anyway. They're big ones, though. Okay, so for the 3 more. Yeah, they are huge. Ready? They were like, get out the golden healer quartz. Okay. Do you guys want it in motion shuffled now? Okay. Okay, this is a mudra deck. They make several. It's written by Allison De Nicola with artwork by Sabrina Espinet. And this is mudras for awakening the 5 elements, but there are several different mudra decks. Mudras are hand postures that people use in yoga, and so it's based in yoga for sure, but like then they come in handy, like if you're somebody that's a Reiki practitioner, or just looking to work on your chakras at home or whatever. And some people a lot of yoga, they combine mudras with the body yoga, but this is just the hand postures, but they give you so much information on each card about things you can do. How many more times? 2. Okay. They were like, you don't need the book. Okay. The boss, you're the boss, applesauce. Okay, and they wanted this for that, so that makes sense too. Boop. Back in its box before we forget. Okay, now this is interesting too. So they're like, want me to grab the rods to answer like 2 or 3 like yes and no questions before we use the cards here. So we know what categories, like if we're talking about medicine or mind or whatever. Okay, angels, archangels, guides, and ascended masters, saints, Jesus, God, please watch over and protect us as we do any readings tonight. Please protect and watch over all of our tools and all of the energy that's here. Please watch over anyone who receives a reading. Please watch over me as I give the readings. Please help me to have clarity and to be understanding your symbols as best as possible, as well as the people who are receiving the readings. And then please watch over all of our doors and windows and gateways. And we're going to leave you, God, and your collaborators in charge of who you allow into our energetic space. And please let everything be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved. So we're just going to ask, can you please show me a no? Thank you. I haven't held these for a while. Can you please show me a yes? Thank you. Can you show me a directional? Can you show me quantifying? Thank you. Okay. So do you love and respect God? Thank you. And you are a collaborator of God. Is the tech super in the way of this? No, just a little bit. Okay. You want me to lock my arms? Okay, so I'll scoot closer. Like, lock your arms. Okay. Is that better? Woo! Yes. Okay. Woo! All right. So they just wanted me to ask a few questions. So are we, when we are asking this question about how can Pixie best start the process of quitting smoking, is medication, one of those like pills a doctor can write a prescription for? I'm not talking about like gum or whatever, but do you guys at this time, if she were going to quit smoking, would you recommend, I already can feel the answer, would you recommend that she get some prescription or medication for that? No. Okay. And would you recommend the use of other things at some point, like the gum and the, yes. Okay. This is sort of in the middle ground, so I'm not sure. Would you recommend, like, okay, I have an opinion, so I need to clear my mind of the opinion. Okay, would you recommend utilizing anything like related to vapes? Okay, well, we agree there. Okay, and what about specific types of cannabis? Could that be helpful? Yes. Okay. Would it be specifically smokable cannabis? Sort of like a half yes. So there'll be some types of cannabis that are smokable that could help? Yes. And then other types of cannabis that would be useful? Okay, bigger yes. Is that like the tinctures? Okay. Is it like the candy? No. Trying to think of other things. Is it any type of edible? No. Okay, so just smoke like the cannabis flower and then the tinctures. Okay. Is there any other thing that I need to ask about before we just use the cards to find out? No. Do you believe that it is a good time for Pixie to start working towards quitting smoking? Yeah. Now I said working towards, I'll ask it more bluntly. Do you believe it is like time for her to actually quit, like real soon? Okay. But ramping up and prepping for it is advisable. Okay. Did you just say 30 days? Are you saying like put some of these things into practice and sort of lessen the goal? Okay, because I'm hearing you guys. So are you saying that in the next 30 days, using whatever your recommendations are, plus lessening the number of cigarettes per day is what is your advice? Okay. And then was 30 days like the date, like from now, the quit time? Okay, I didn't think so. So you were just saying starting now. Yes, okay. Starting on like a 30-day, practicum of reducing. Okay, I just heard this. I just want to make sure I heard this properly. You said even just reduction could help a tremendous amount. Okay. All right. Anything I've missed? All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Actually, I'm nosy, so just one more. Is this someone from Archangel Raphael's group? Whee! That's what I thought. Is there anybody from any other angelic group? Okay. I just figured you guys are the healers. Yeah. Okay. It felt like them. I just was wondering. Oh. Oh my God. What the hell? I got hung up on the cord and like clotheslined. My headset cord clotheslined me, girl. Okay. Look at my phone here. Oh, I did bring my bag. Sorry, hold on. I know I'm quiet. Struggling with my phone. We're fighting. I'm hearing them say something like quitting buddy too. I know they're talking about me. But I don't know if that's going to be like an all the time accountability partner, because that's not always the best, right? But like if we just both try and take on something similar at the same time.
Jimmy's talking about quitting too.
Is he? Okay, well, so they were
Yeah.
talking about quitting buddies, and I was like, I think that's me, and I don't know if in my case it's about smoking, actually. But I put the rods down, but we'll ask about that part later. Right now, we're just going to ask for you, and then we could, guys, can you tell me, like, if we were going to answer just a couple questions about, like, Jimmy's best advice, is there anything else? Does he need something that we don't have on this table yet? Yeah. Okay, so do you guys want to do that now? No and yeah. Is it in the room? Is it something I need from another room? Is it that deck? Is it that black deck? Okay, I'll ask the whole question again. That black, if I was asking about Mr. Dust quitting smoking, are you saying I need to add that black deck in from the other room? Do I need to grab it now? Yeah, okay, hold on. I'll be right back. I follow where I am led. I will be right back.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Stuff went down with the family, like in my moving through the house.
No worries.
I figured. I think it's interesting they wanted to get this deck out. Okay. This is the Sacred Web Tarot deck and guidebook written by Janny Bui Brown and James Brown the Fourth. Illustrated. It's a mother and son team. And I do have the major arcana up here on the like in my area, but I don't have the rest of them. But they really did make a beautiful, like, look at this beautiful box. Like, the inside. And then here where the cards go, it says, as above, so below. Let us meet in the sacred center. And there's the back. And then look at this book. Pixie will probably like this because she likes Halloween like I do. Look at this web.
Oh, wow.
And then it's a very, very, like, it's like a full-on book. It's like 200 pages. And it's interesting because it was, his mother and son made this deck where he was doing the art because he had a TBI from military action. And as he was sort of relearning life skills, he was doing a lot of just drawing. And some of it is really sort of scattered drawing, and some of it gets better as like he heals. And she took a lot of his drawings while he healed and turned them into a tarot deck. But some are really like non sequitur drawing, like sort of scattered-y. So I thought it was interesting. They're like, go get that. I'm like, it's for later. And that's why I was like, but why now then? And they were like, because I said so. Okay. They're wonderful cardstock. I don't use them. They're in the other room. I don't use them as much because I have the major arcana out here, but I don't have the rest because it's a little hard for me to read this deck. I think there's definitely some native influence, and none of the imagery are of like alien, but the like none of the images, right? They're not alien in nature at all, but the energy of the deck is. It's very alien, like non-human. Where's the rest of this deck so that I can grab it here? It's usually right over here. Let's find them. Oh. Here they are. I'm going to keep them separate still because I like the major arcana, but they are a little bit interesting energetically. So for some reason, they were like, get the alien deck for Mr. Dentist. It's like, okay. We got it. We are going to put it.
That makes sense, though, because remember how he's so fascinated with aliens?
Yeah, it does make sense in the sense like of his interest, but like the fact that the deck itself doesn't look at all alien, right, is also interesting to me, right? Like there's not a single, like, he hasn't drawn any like gray figures or, like, but it is really alien energy for, I don't know how else to put it. Okay, I engaged with family energy. So guys, where do we want to start on the best advice? You guys want to start here, right? what I thought. Move these to the side a little bit. Shove it out of the picture as much as we can, I guess. Okay. Okay, so right now they're saying we're going to start with these, and we're going to just have a few cards today, like, yeah, but later, like when we're just hanging out at a different time, like they have like more of like a specific type of game plan or whatever, if it becomes like something that you're interested in. But this is going to be talking about, I suspect, energies and approach. So guide, the question just is, what is your advice for Pixie in regards to quitting smoking? Like things she should do in any way, mentally, physically, spiritually, that will make that process easier for her. Please let us know. How many from the stack guides? Are we reading in versions? This is a beautiful Oracle deck, but it is enormous cardstock. And it's a little bit sticky, even though I've used it a lot and I've had it for a while. Not clear, so I'm going to look at what these are. I'm going to put them both down. Not understanding. Okay. You guys still want 3 more draws? Two of these are already interesting. Well, actually, all 3 visually are interesting. I need to enlarge. Was this an accident, guys? Okay, is it this one? Is it this one? Is it this one? Is it this one? So that was an accident. Okay. Probably we get to something that they're stuck together. Sorry. All right. Oh man. Okay. So part of the reason they're interesting to me, okay, so they wanted me to do 4 draws, but we wound up with 6 cards because some of them came together or whatever. Before we even talk about what the cards are, when you think about the shapes they were drawing last night, there's that crystal up over your head, right? And so there's some similarities there. Now this one's really tripping me out because the crystal's literally right there and it's purple, but also it's got a star right over your throat chakra, which would be relevant to the question we are asking. So that's interesting. And then once again, here's the crystal with all this pink stuff around it, like, and then it's talking about the crown chakra, right, which is where that thing is floating. But down here, this little blue flower, that's the throat chakra, and this is smoke. So that's interesting. Before, I mean, this is before we even like interpret. This one came with the other one, so I'm not sure, but it is blue, which is throat energy, and but it's pumping with the heart. This is Soul Star. And then this last one is air. And that blue star that was on that girl's throat is now here, like up, like in your engagement with spirit. So in some ways, that's wonderful, right? Because they're talking about, like, without even like reading about each card individually yet, they're talking about like there's a journey here, right? Like where it's like this is where we are sort of now, right? And this is one of the things that we're talking about defeating, and this is part of the process, and then this is them engaging with you, like you sort of turning it over to work with them on it, or letting go, letting God, like however you want to put it. So these came together. Got the loving compassion card, which is a 16, so that's a 7, and the balanced forces card, which is a 19, so that's an 8. So you got 7, 8. Let's see what they say about them. So this first one, this loving compassion, unconditional love, empathy, compassion, care, friendliness, goodwill, benevolence, beyond duality, safe space, forgiveness, through expanded perspectives, open-hearted joy. Loving kindness is one of the greatest forces available to us on earth. It has the ability to transform all. Unconditional love is the vibration most closely aligned with God or the divine. When we allow ourselves to drop deep into heart space, we feel interconnected in a state of oneness. As we choose to direct our lives with love. Yeah, see, I was like, they're already talking to me about this is about self-love, right? Like this, this choice would be about self-love. And as we choose to direct our lives with love, all that it is not real or serving us will drop away. Conflicts resolve, power struggles dissolve, and a sense of inner peace and comfort will radiate from within. Love is the root of happiness. When we can fluidly give and receive with the ease of breathing in and out, we can fly freely. Loving compassion is a fundamental element in the balance of life. It holds the seeds of the new paradigm of our evolution. When doing hands-on healing, this is the force we call on. It is life force energy or God essence, and it brings healing, vitality, and transformation to everything it touches. When we manifest or affirm something into the world from a place of love, the reasoning imbued in the statement will reflect our intent. If we manifest from fear, our journey will bring all of the learning needed to gear us back into love. Unconditional love transcends duality. It sees beyond reasoning and situation to allow new stories to be told, for new beginnings to emerge. Sorry if I'm talking weird because I'm getting all kinds of visions. It transmutes all that is out of balance back to 0 point and bridges heaven and earth. This card invites you to bring more loving to your situation at hand, whether it's towards yourself or someone connected to the question. It may imply a need for forgiveness or for seeing things from a fresh, more expansive perspective. This card is a reminder that you are loved and have infinite access to the gentle yet powerful force of loving compassion as and when you need it. To bring yourself back into your heart, think about those you love and moments with them where you have felt joy. Expand this feeling out. to more and more people, creatures, and places until the whole planet is infused with this beautiful, warm, and loving feeling. Okay, before we move on, there's that one stone that you have that's treated with the angel aura metal stuff. I can't remember the name of that stone. Do you remember it?
Which one now?
It's the one that's treated, the metal treated, the angel aura treated one.
Yeah, it's angel aura.
Right, that's the metal treatment, but then what's the stone?
Oh, I don't know. Let me look real quick.
For years, Boeing and Lockheed Martin were secretly building and experimenting with aircraft. These weren't just models.
Because, okay, while you're looking, they're showing me you holding it over your throat chakra, and that's why I wanted to know what it is. Just
testing technologies that are endless and a whole new dream. Think about that for a moment. While China was bragging about their new flames, while Russia was making threats, American engineers and test pilots were already flying the future. The X-planes that led to the F-47 will prove that American innovation is still light years ahead.
I'm going to talk over the
competition
TV.
Oh,
blah, 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 blah. I just don't want them to distract me. I know. I am sorry. It's so hard. That's why I was like, I'll just talk over it, because if I talk over it, hopefully, like, their robots won't find it. Copyright that, robots. And I did terrible math here. I don't know why I did that. I read this wrong. I thought it said 17. This is 16, so that's 7. This is 19.
Okay, so it's
So that's
angel aura blue calcite.
Okay. I thought it was blue, and I just wanted to make sure, because it was like, yep, that would be perfect for your throat chakra, and they were showing me, but it was like, I'm pretty certain it's that one, but I want to make sure it's that one, and it's not like something that they're showing that you don't have yet. It's that one. Because blue calcite, well, first of all, it's blue, so it's throat chakra connected, right? Like super a lot much. Let me read about it just a little bit. Blue calcite is a soothing crystal known for its calming and healing properties. It's believed to reduce anxiety, promote relaxation, and help release emotional blockages. It also enhances communication, intuition, and spiritual growth. I'm searching here. Yeah, that's what I thought I would find. I just was Googling it to see. Some believe blue calcite is helpful for quitting smoking due to its purported calming and emotional healing properties, which may aid in managing stress, anxiety, and detoxification associated with nicotine withdrawal. It also encourages, blue calcite is used to support the quit smoking process in the following ways. It encourages peaceful feelings. Its soothing energy is believed to promote relaxation and emotional balance, which can help manage the anxiety and mood swings common during nicotine withdrawal. Provides detoxification. Some sources suggest blue calcite has properties that assist in detoxing, helping the body cleanse itself of nicotine and other toxins. Assists with emotional healing. By calming the mind, it's said to help release emotional blockages and past traumas that may have contributed to any habit, like smoking. Aids in conscious breathing. Its connection to the throat chakra is believed to help focus on deep, mindful breathing, which can be a relaxing practice when cravings arise. So that's why they kept showing, like, I was like, I'm having visions, because I was sitting there like trying to read, but I kept getting these visions of you sitting there with the crystal in your throat, and it was like, I see it, but I'm trying to read. Like, yo. So that crystal, like, would be something that you would utilize. Like, even if you're not quite ready. Like just even like resting with it there, um, meditating or praying, holding it in front of your throat chakra, like would just do you a lot of good. And even like um, helping soothe the area before you even like try to do anything. Okay, so then this one came up with this one, balanced forces, yin and yang, productive flow, masculine and feminine energy, the balance of duality, patriarchal paradigm being rebalanced, equality, balance, and perspective. The Lemurian people are said to have been androgynous, meaning they were not a specific gender. They were only partially formed in the physical realm. They did not inhabit a paradigm of duality. They were a perfect balance of what became masculine and feminine energy as it densified in physical form. We all hold a mix of masculine and feminine energies within us. Masculine energy is more about focus in a forward direction, while feminine energy is more holistic and peripheral. Masculine energy is that of logistics and actioning desires into being, and it has more of a controlled, rigid vibration. Feminine energy is freer flowing, nurturing, creative, and receptive. Both sides are to be celebrated, but our efforts to rebalance inequality and prejudice can occur. In the current paradigm, masculine and feminine energies are imbalanced as our global culture is largely patriarchal and strongly influenced by masculine energy. Efforts to revitalize the feminine flow have been incrementally shifting the balance over the last century. It's time to calm mind, based intellect, a scientific data, linear direction, and the acquisition of power. To have an optimal human experience, we must embody a balance of masculine and feminine energies. We can daydream in receptive fluidity and then action our ideas into reality. We can be soft and nurturing and also firm and direct as needed. We can be determined, compassionate, grateful, vulnerable, visionary, and strong. There can be focus and free flow. We may not draw on these energies simultaneously, but when we access both equally, we can be truly powerful, centered beings. When we bridge the duality within ourselves, we can seed more balance in our outer world. The card invites you to look at masculine and feminine energy from a more balanced perspective. Is the situation at hand on the more masculine side of the spectrum? Can it be tempered with feminine energy, or vice versa? Would the addition of masculine energy bring balance? What needs to happen to form a more holistic and equalized foundation? Do you normally hold a position of one extreme? How might you balance this so you can experience a more optimized state of being? To bring more masculine drive and a focus to a situation. For instance, if you have some upcoming due dates and you need to get into action mode, focus on your goals, desires, and ambitions. If you want to engage more feminine energy for receptivity, trust, flow, and surrender, consider all the things you're grateful for already. Feel the warmth, gratitude, and comfort of knowing everything is divinely perfect just the way it is. Okay, again, they were talking to me while that was going on. So what this is more about is becoming for you, like when just like as you're just sort of observing yourself, like when you have a craving, or just like it would be for any of us, right? But this is for you. Like when you have a craving or a drive to smoke, they're saying like notate, like they're not even asking you to take any action other than notating like how you're feeling at that moment, aside from just, physically like fiending, like is it that you are really hyper focused on getting something done um, and action, and for some reason that can't happen, so you're doing this behavior, right? Or is it when you're trying to be relaxed? They're sort of asking you to pay attention to when you have the cravings and denote like which of those types of feelings it is, like if it's like getting things done, or if it's more like trying to expand and like be like calm, and it could be both, but they're sort of saying like there's going to be one that's more prevalent than the other. And so when you realize whichever one it is, then like they can talk about bringing more of that energy into the experience. So if you find that you're, more activity driven in those moments, right? Like then there would be advice and guidance to bring more of like the divine feminine or vice versa. So that's sort of what they're saying. Hello, Crystal Roberts. Who's the Taurus? Is it you? Welcome to you, by the way. Okay, this is the crown chakra. The unlimited self. Devotion, inner guidance, visionary inspiration, fathoming beyond the mind, enlightenment, connection to the universe, and life force energy. Crown chakra is your link to the multidimensionality of your being, the seat of your soul. It gracefully connects you to the heavens. The infinity symbol of limitlessness appears within the unfolding petals and points to your most potent potential. Here you can delight in the divine strands of light and dance with us when we are aligned with spirit, purpose, and truth. The theme, okay, restore, be present and flowing without rigid outcomes. Find more space in your life. Find your own way to meditate. When you are distracted, you are living on the surface level. Explore the state of flow and be receptive with intuitive messages you may receive. Themes, the way for you to be most aligned with divine guidance and connection with spirit. Healing position, top of the head or just above the head, which is where that thing we drew last night was. And color wash, white with flecks of gold and violet. So that actually just answered this question. They still are saying they want you to, pay attention to like the balance of the energy when you are smoking or getting ready to smoke or whatever. But it just answered us, right? That like you're sort of more in your divine masculine. And usually like it's going to be the right time to like breathe and try and relax and bring more of that divine feminine energy in. You are the Taurus? Well, then welcome, Crystal Roberts, the Taurus. How are you this middle of the night, day, afternoon, evening? Okay, so then these two came out together. Luminescence, 35, which is an 8. Soul Star Chakra, merging with the divine, which is a 10. So that's interesting because this is 7, and then it's a 1 when you add 1 and 9. And then this is 8, and then it's a 1. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Okay. 35. Luminescence. Self-love, the light that radiates from our hearts, light shining in the darkness, heart-centered living, removing your heart armor, accepting your shadows as the flip side of your strengths. A vulnerable, wide open heart, authentic, heartfelt needs. Okay. And then Soul Star. This is the same message repeat. So in some ways, especially because they're talking so much tonight, I'm skipping over some things, but we can go back and when we're hanging out pics and they want to talk about like the 30 days or whatever, we can go back and like double down or whatever on what this says. And then the Soul Star, merging with divine, transcendence, letting go, being filled with divine light, channeling, karmic records, the bridge between the spiritual and the physical realms, ascension. So again, this is so much about meditation for you and relaxation, like finding a new way to relax, which makes sense based on what we're talking about. And I'm moving because I know we're moving to these other decks too. So I'm keeping it pushing a little bit. So air. This is a 1 and a 3. So that's 4. That's sort of a family number 2, which I think is interesting because I was hearing some stuff when it was talking about like being in the masculine, about like father wound as well. So 4 is family, right? And this is a 13. So air. Paradigm shift, an innovative way of existing, new earth energies, inspiring others, fresh air, flying higher than you have before, more expansive perspectives, consciousness shift. So it's talking about perspective change, which I think this is fascinating because You're someone that I know when she sets her mind to something, it happens. Just in general. And so the fact that the message primarily, like they're saying it a few different ways, and they're saying like, hey, we'll be in touch and we'll connect on this and talk about it more. But a lot of this is about, first of all, learning to meditate and connect and balance, which is probably why they kept showing you with that stone on your throat chakra, like breathing. But then it's also talking about like, once you connect to that, like once you find your way of meditating that's like really comfortable for you, and you hook into yourself and your higher self, your higher mind, nothing's going to stop you because you already are like that. Like once you have your mind set on something. So if you have your higher mind set on something, like you'll do it without barely even it being much of a struggle. So I'm curious what other cards are going to have. But those are the Lemurians' opinions, which is interesting because I've been hearing a lot about Lemuria, like energetically, meditation wise, lately. Just like the Perseids, the Perseid, what do they call them? The falling stars. The what's been going on now? Oh my gosh. When you go out into a field and you watch all the falling stars, I don't know what my brain just lost the word, but regardless, the Perseids have been having those, and they started July 14th and they end September 1st, which the reason that's interesting for me, right, is that it starts on my co-parent's birthday and it ends on Bobby's birthday. And then, I would have thought that going to see meteorite, there we go, meteorite showers. I would have thought that was cool anyway, but then they kept talking about the Perseids and not Lemuria. It's an alien race. Hold on a second. I'm going to hit pause just for a second because apparently we're getting so much information we need to like just pause for a second. Crystal, in the meantime, I'm stepping away just for a second. Are you here to hang out, which would be wonderful, or are you looking for a read? What can we do for you? And how are things? You said good, but like aside from that, I'll be right back. Okie dokie, artichoke. It's the Pleiades. My brain I was seeing too many visions and had alarms on my phone going off and stuff. And I was just like, what the crap? This is too much. So it was the Pleiades and the Pleiadians that I was talking about, where I've been sort of getting messages and information specifically about and from that situation, which anyone that's been around here knows that like aliens aren't usually like my number one point of contact, and they still aren't my number one point of contact, but like it's been happening more and more, but it's specifically with the Pleiades. But the Perseids meteor showers, which again were words I couldn't think of a minute ago, started July 14th and end September 1st. And they were something that was big, that was sort of going on right now too. That was something I was trying to talk about when all of that gobbledygook was getting caught up in my brain. Okay. Guides, did you say 3 of these for Pixie? 4. Okay. So these are the Abraham Hicks Manifestation Health cards. Again, the topic is still smoking cessation, just preparing for it, not actually functionally doing it yet. What advice do you guys have? Okay. Interesting. You guys want this one? Is that a yes? This one? Whee! These are going nuts. Things are just flying around tonight. Is this one for Pixie in her reading? Is it this one? This one? Okay. Abraham Hicks. Okay, so the first one is the first one in the deck. It says, My Health Story and the Law of Attraction. Here's what it says. Each and every component that makes up your life experience is drawn to you by the powerful law of attraction's response to the thoughts you think and the story you tell about your life. Your money and financial assets, your body's state of wellness, clarity, flexibility, size and shape, your work environment, how you're treated, work satisfaction and rewards. Indeed, the very happiness of your life experience in general is all happening because of the story that you choose to tell. And then this is number 59. So that's 14. That's a 5. Okay, which is about change. Whenever I am feeling bad, I am attracting that which is unwanted. Whenever you feel bad, you are in the process of attracting something that will not please you. Without exception, the reason for negative emotion is that you are focused on something you do not want or upon the lack of absence of something that you do want. Whenever you feel negative emotion, you could say to yourself, I'm feeling some negative emotion, which means I'm in the process of attracting something that I do not want. What is it that I do want? And then ask for that. This is number 41. So it is also a 5. I can tell an improved story about my physical well-being. I think it's interesting. These are big lungs. There is no right or wrong way to tell your improved story. It can be about your past, present, or future experiences. The only criterion that is important is that you be conscious of your intent to tell a better feeling, improved version of your story. Telling many good feeling short stories throughout your day, they're talking about to yourself, will change your point of attraction. Just remember that the story you tell is the basis of your life. So tell it the way you want it to be. And then this is number 22, which is a 4. Okay. There is not a physical being who cannot achieve perfect health. Ooh, that's always like one that when they have conferences and stuff that people are like, what? They're like, yeah, it's really near impossible, but it's still possible. Okay, there's not a physical apparatus, no matter what the state of deterioration, that cannot achieve health. But that which you believe has everything to do with what you allow in your experience. If you have been convinced that something is not curable, that it is fatal, and then you are told that you have it, usually your belief will be that you will not survive, and you will not. But your survival has nothing to do with the disease and everything to do with your thought. So, they're just sort of saying over and over and over again, this is going to be a head game for you, but that's also because you've got you're such a powerful, like when you, and stubborn human, like when you make up your mind, it's done. I've seen it. I've seen it. Okay. I'm going to use the weed deck, and they mentioned cannabis earlier, so we're just going to see. Ooh, the Wheel of Fortune. And the 7 of Pipes. Ooh. Okay, it's the 8 of Buds. Whoop. And the 6 of Pipes. Okay. Here's what I'm hearing. Okay, so first of all, they're saying like sort of things are already in motion and you already have a way to access the cannabis that they're going to recommend. I think it's probably like when you come here to near where I am, either to see your kiddo or to visit here, they're talking about having access to the dispensaries and things like that. And but like doing pre-research to make sure like we go somewhere that has what you need. This, they're saying these, and this is the 7 of Pipes. But what's interesting is these are empty, but these are preloaded. So I think they're talking about the they're confirming the when they have the preloaded like cigarette, basically the cannabis. Ooh, I'm sorry. Ooh, having a bad MS cramp. My whole hand almost cramped. So they're talking about the pre-rolls, and because that would come in a more pharmaceutical grade, and it would also have so much more data on it in terms of what it is of use for. And I guess there must be some for smoking cessation. Are you guys saying they're talking about sativas and indicas, but I'm trying to hear what they're saying. In her case guides, are you saying like an indica strain is going to be like an indica, at least leading strain, prominent strain is better for smoking cessation? Or is it sativa leading strain better for her for smoking cessation? No, okay, it's an indica leading strain. Okay, actually, they're saying it will always be an indica leading strain. Whether that it's strain indica or, one of the combinations, it's going to be indica prominent that you need, which is almost like saying it's treating like anxious feelings more than depressive feelings, if that makes sense. I know what this would mean like in normal tarot, but can you guys tell me what you mean here? You're talking about growing themselves, but you're talking about for food, is that correct? Okay, so they're talking about some, like in here where I am, you can buy seeds and little baby plants, and but they're showing me, like what they're showing is like a little pot in your kitchen window, basically, and it would be some strain where in this case you'd get like you'd grow like the flower, and so it wouldn't need to be treated or dried because it's not for smoking. It would be some little thing that you add to food that we need to like research and find out what that is. The 6 of pipes. Okay. And we'll have to figure this out, right? But I mean, I'll just tell you literally what I just heard. Because I was like, what is this about? I know tarot-wise what it's about, but what is this about? Like you'll notice there's these pipes, they're all out here, but there's one here in the little box with the cannabis leaf, like it's professional. They're saying like both for smoking cessation but they're also talking about just for improved health overall. That the more you can stop fucking around with, the random stuff that comes to the house, because you don't really know, like, what the balance is and what's like, what it's good use for or whatever, the better off you'll be. The more like we can like load you up when you're here and have like a kit for everything you need from the ones that have like, can give you very specific things, the better off you'll be. They just mentioned him too, Mr. Dust, that he would also be better off. So like, even if it was a matter of like, actually, I don't know if I should say that on the interwebs. Even if it's a matter of some people pre-shopping on your behalf so that, when you arrive, you have something. And then we can talk more about that. I mean, it's recreational where I am. So, I mean, I'm not breaking many laws here, but I'm going to stop there, at least in regards to that. But I know what they're saying here. And these are a cute deck. Thank you, because Pixie gave me this deck, and they're really nice to handle. I like Little Baby deck, actually, a lot. Especially with MS hand cramps, see? And then we're doing mudras, and then we're going to pause before we get that deck out for Mr. Dust. How many, you guys? Three. Okay. We're working with prepping for smoking cessation. Working Pixie. Prepping for smoking cessation. Whee! Is it both? Yeah. Okay. You guys are usually that good. Whee! All right. It's going to be just one, I think. Is it just one of these? Okay. So this one. So this one. So this one. So we got 10, which is another 1, 24, which is a 6, and 9, which is, well, 9. So the first one is deepening the, I'm going to mess this up, the Divimukkam Mudra. And when they show the images, that's actually what you do with your hands. So they're saying, and then those are not touching. This sort of action. Okay. It says, assists in relaxation, support, and restoration. Benefits: facilitates deep relaxation, supports eliminatory, which means like, in this case, because they're about to say urinary, so eliminatory could be bathroom stuff, but it also is exhaling, right, like toxins and things. So eliminatory, urinary, and reproductive systems. Slows and directs breath into the pelvis, so deep breathing. Helpful for insomnia and helps to improve memory. It's an earth element. And so then it just says, raise the palms in front of the belly, facing the midline. Connect the tips of the ring and pinky fingers. Open the middle index fingers and thumbs wide. Rest the hands in front of the belly, wrists on thighs. Relax your shoulders, lengthen your spine. It lowers your blood pressure. And then you focus and say, with deep awareness, I allow relaxation to occur. So clearly this is about, like, again, when they're talking about meditation and finding your higher self. Expansion. This is the Vayu Mudra, and it's this, I guess. Vayu Mudra assists in lightness, ease, and appreciation. It directs breath to the heart, chest, and ribs, assists the nervous and respiratory systems. Okay, this makes sense. Instills a sense of lightness and ease in the body and opens the subtle heart. It's an air element. And then it just says, bend the index fingers on each hand inward to touch the base of the thumb. Wrap the thumbs over the index fingers and extend the middle ring and pinky fingers straight outward. Rest the backs of the palms on your thighs, palms facing upwards. And then you focus and say, lightness and compassion, awaken my highest truth. And then trust. The Chin Maya Mudra, which looks like this, I guess, because it's got like, these are like in a fist, and then it's got the tips here touching. Chinmaya Mudra assists in security, support, and trust. Reduces anxiety. Okay, this keeps repeating, right? And blood pressure. Supports the musculoskeletal system. Cultivates a sense of trust and support. Helps to facilitate optimal elimination, right? Again, that's exhalation and bathroom stuff mostly. It's an earth element. Touch the index fingers and thumbs on each hand. Curl the middle ring and pinky fingers into the palms, making soft fists with each hand. Rest the hands on thighs, face down. Lengthen your spine and breathe. I rest in the knowledge of truth, trust, and support. So they just keep repeating like meditation, and they'll support you. Now they were more detail oriented than that, and they definitely are recommending cannabis and I think that's interesting. But we can take care of that part, like without much problem at all. The cannabis part. Put you in your home. Let's put you in your home. Here you go. These are things that don't always come out, but they wanted them to come out and play today. And they're telling me now, because I was like, okay, we'll move on from here. And they're like, nope, you need to get those last ones out for Mr. Dust. He needs 3. It's like, okay. Do you guys want this, or do you want the major? Do you want the major arcana? Do you want the minor arcana? Okay. All right. Well, we'll start with the major. Arcana. How many? 3 in total for Mr. Dust. Start with major. Okay, they're like, you shuffled those earlier. Okay. Is it going to be 1 from here or 2? Okay. The moon. And then I will unfurl the minor. You guys want me to shuffle? It came out fast. You guys want both? And that one too, huh? Okay. I'm getting out the book on this one. Now, I know what they're saying, some of what they're saying, but I just want to verify some things because I don't dance with this deck very often. But I do think it's interesting. You got the moon and the sun from the major arcana. Here's the moon. Oh, Pixie fell out. Hold on. Welcome back, Mama.
Wilbur and Kennedy are in the third field.
Okay, so
Thank
you got the
you.
moon. And the sun. And here's what they're calling them. The seer of fire. The scout of earth. I'm assuming this is the 2 of pentacles because it is 2 yin yang. But we're going to find out. So a scout would be a page. Now, I don't know if a seer is I'm making an assumption that it's a queen, but I'm not totally certain. Because they were like, get out that deck. It's Mr. Just's alien deck. Yeah, the moon and the sun. The moon is about, in this deck, they're saying surrender. Oh, wow. It even gives, oh, this deck. Okay, so it's even giving, what do you call them? When it's cardinal directions, like location, which is interesting. Wow, it's like it gives the element, which of course is water for the moon, the west, which is the direction, Pisces, which is the sign, moonstone, which is the recommended stone, half moon pose, which is the yoga pose, sacral chakra, which is the chakra, vam, which is the meditation sound you would make, and then like the earth symbols, which is moon, mountain, water, crab, and starlight. I surrender to the truth that only in being present to this moment can I drink in the freedom that I seek. I'm going to explore this deck a little more before I say too much. And then the sun says, Fire, the south, the sun. Citrine and yellow opal, the sun salutation, which is yoga. Solar chakra, solar plexus chakra. Ram, which is the meditation sound. Sun, bird, and flower. I lift my face to the sun, drawn forth into the rebirth of my soul's full expression. Now I'm going to let them talk to me about stuff here in a minute, but I'm just reading from the book what I need to read from the book at the moment. Okay, so actually in this deck, the pages are students. The scouts are the knights. Source are queens. Seers are kings. So this is the king of fire. Which, and how much does that look like? I mean, it's an eyeball, but how much does that look like the flaming end of a cigarette to you? That's just trippy. That's triptastic. Look at that. I mean, first of all, these are cool. I hope Mr. Dust likes these because they're definitely like, this is his deck, they keep saying. Because I think that's so interesting that it's like third eye, but also all of that like cigarette spark stuff, which we're asking about. Seer of fire is about vision. Fire, the south directionally, fire and fire hand, triangle mudra, eye and cosmic sky. When I acknowledge the creativity and beauty within and around me, I began to realize my vision of a world unified and whole. The scout of earth, so that would be the knight of pentacles, which is setting an intention. He's got his little hand there sticking on the earth, but like instead of a cigarette, which is interesting. Hello, is it Nakengi Silton? Welcome. If I've mispronounced the first name of your screen name, I'm very sorry. So we have the tips of the fingers buried in the earth, which I think is interesting, but also, again, since we're talking about very specifically for you guys smoking cessation, like, I mean, come on, like, intention is the earth, the north is the directional air and earth, the prana mudra and cosmic sky. Through honest assessment and aligned intention, I am here to pursue a deeper understanding of my purpose. And then this is the two of earth, which here they're yin and yang discs, but basically that's pentacles. And since the years are new, the book says earth, the north, egret, tree and flower, and the over and compensate like energy is attunement. I make time for play so that I can attune my efforts around my work and stay connected to my joyful essence. Okay. So, they advised this when he was like, we could quit together. So some of this makes sense. It's talking, they're talking about the times that you are together, and notating the times of day where stressors are the highest and when intake is the highest. Because again, this is about prepping to quit, not quitting. This is about, I'm just going to go ahead and assume Mr. Dust is the same there as Pixie in the sense that if he can see it, well, and he's an earth sign and he creates beautiful things with his hands in terms of like being very mechanically inclined and capable and skilled. But this is sort of again, because it's the cigarette in the hands, they're talking a little bit about it being like almost, rather than like anxious feeling in his case, it's more like something to do with your hands. So it's almost more like boredom is more of an influence than anxiety, or like stifling things you want to say or whatever. It's more about the action and the activity. This is about centering into yourself, since you are an earth sign. And again, like really, they keep talking to both of you about understanding the reasons as you prepare, because once you understand the reasons, you guys are both such powerful thinkers that will be a piece of like, a piece of cake, a piece of piss, really. But that if you tap into the center of yourself and treat yourself, also they're talking about treating yourself like how you would treat someone you love that you were tending to, like a child or a plant or a baby animal. If you approach treating yourself the same way, you could get a lot from that. And then again, this is about balance. So again, this was all just about preparation, and we're going to talk about that 30 days. They're saying they want us to use this for Mr. Dust, so I don't know if there's something like privately we should talk about later, like in terms of a different kind of reading for him, because they're just sort of like, that's his deck. And I mean, we hang so much because we're around together a lot, like but I'm going to put it up here and charge it because they want it out and active for him specifically. So this is for Dust. This is the Sacred Web Tarot deck and guidebook. As above, so below. Let us meet in the sacred center. That is really like earth energy vibes, right? Like centering and grounding and things like that. Like, and then the book is just beyond amazing for this particular deck. I just haven't used it because, like I said, it has had, like, again, because it's really, I mean, I understand the story of the people that made it, and like they did a beautiful job. It's very thorough. It definitely, they tell a story about how it came to be, and they definitely, it's definitely a very real like thing that happened to him and then she helped with, but like it has always had tremendously alien energy. Guides, is this Pleiadian? Okay, in part it's Pleiadian. And I think that that's interesting too, because that they're pulling it for Mr. Dust, because I'm not somebody that, until lately when there's been sort of a lot of talk from my guides, I'm not somebody that is, I'm not a non-believer, because I think it's pretty arrogant to think we're the only beings in all of the universes, but I've not been like an uber like alien person. Like I'm just working with where I live, right? But there've been a lot more pulls just in the last couple of months towards certain places, and the Pleiades is definitely a place. But they have, I guess, according to the people that research and talk about it more, there's like 6 or 7 different sort of sub races and planets in the Pleiades that at least people are claiming, and I don't know because I'm not well studied, but it definitely has Pleiadian energy, and they're saying somewhere else too, but it's somewhere that like I don't even know. So I'm wondering if it's that group. I can't remember what it's called, Mr. Dust, but that particular group that you talk about a lot, because Pixie's talked about it. About that particular group. Is it golly, it always sounds like an indigenous tribe, and I can't think of what it's called. But anyway, guides, I know you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, okay. Right here. See if I can just find that information. Are you around, Pix, or did you crash? Because what is the name of that alien group that he's always reading about? They're trying to talk about it. So that, like an Anunnaki. I'm not saying it right, but it's something like that. In my notes. Not like it says. It starts with a vowel. With the Anunnaki. I think it's the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki are described in Sumerian texts as a group of powerful godlike beings who descended from the sky to earth to mine gold. I think it's the Anunnaki that Mr. Dust talks about. They've gone quiet. I think people have crashed out, which is fine. But guides, is that right? Are you guys saying you're saying Pleiades and then you're saying the Anunnaki for Mr. Dust? I mean, okay, all right. So that's we're at a good stopping point. Plus, they have fallen silent, so we're gonna move on for the time being. No, Miss Crystal, I'm sorry. Let's see what chat says because I'm behind. You're in Houston. That's awesome. Okay, because I think at that point I'd said something like, wherever you are in the world, hope you're having a good whatever time of day it is. And I was very close to saying Nakengi, Kenji, but and they are a Capricorn. Anunnaki sounds really familiar. You were right. And no, all of that tucking was in response to both what's being said here, I think, and St. Petersburg. That's interesting. Is that sort of near like St. Cloud? Is that in oh golly, not county. Tampa Bay. I see. Okay. My dad I'm having a hard time with words tonight. I don't know if it's because they were sending so many visions earlier, but like, wow, words. energy is much easier tonight than words are. Good golly. Anyway, my dad was born and raised in Florida, and sort of spanned that area from the sort of swamp counties that were just outside of like the Orlando area to where you are. So I couldn't remember where it was in relation to St. Cloud, but he lived and grew up in both places at a certain point in his childhood. But the remaining family members, they very recently have transitioned into non-physical. They were in like literally the swamp areas of just outside of Orlando in the St. Cloud area, where like I had a great aunt Polly where you had to get on a fan boat to get to her house. So they were like genuine original swamp people. At least that part of the family. Like you would see in a Disney movie or something out in the bayous of Florida. It's not really the Everglades, right? But it's sort of like that. So we have a Taurus and I think a Capricorn here. So we've got a lot of Earth up in this piece tonight. And I think new faces, right? Have we chit-chatted before, any of us? I know people can change screen names, and I've been tapped into the woo-woo. Do you think that you're rare gems? Are you from there originally? Is that where you've wound up? Because he wound up in the Midwest. My dad did. He said, because he's a certain generation, and he said when he was first, like he'd never owned a pair of shoes, right? Even for school at that particular time in history, he didn't even have shoes for school where he was in Florida. And then they moved to the Midwest in the wintertime when they were still doing coal-based heat. So like all of the smog and black, like sort of clouds that were settled over the city. And it was cold, and he didn't have a coat or shoes at first. And he thought, what hell have they brought me to? He just was flabbergasted by the Midwest. He thought, they've dragged me from heaven to hell. What is happening in my life? Born and say, so you are a rare gem as well. Oh no, is right. It was a big shock for a kiddo that age, I think, based on the story. True Floridians are rare gems. I just left Orlando yesterday. Short girls trip. Well, that's fun. Born in St. Petersburg. So yeah, you're a Florida gem too. You're a rare gem. Pixie, who is here, but quiet. She is my sitter for when we read things without clients, so crime readings and energy readings and things like that. She is in love with certain areas of Florida. She and her person, Mr. Dust, actually got married on a beach there, and they go there for a sort of anniversary trip every year too. At the moment, because words are hard, I'm I'm going to get it wrong, so I'm not going to try, but they really love it there. Only time I lived there, it was in the Orlando area because I worked for the big bad mouse. Dun, dun, dun. Well, how was the girls' trip? It is beautiful. I will totally give you that. So much fun. Oh, that's wonderful. I don't know. Did you also visit the Big Bad Mouse? I worked for the Big Bad Mouse. That's why I'm asking. I was no sleep at all for 4 days. I mean, so that is a lot of fun. I mean, maybe driving was an element too. I'm not sure, but that's some serious fun. Like that doesn't stop. Universal, yeah. So no Big Bad Mouse. I did a few things there, but because I did before a certain point in life, I always sort of did this, but also I toured in Broadway style musicals, did regional national tours, and so was in theater and things like that. And when I worked for the Big Bad Mouse, my primary gig was being Tinkerbell. Now it's been a long time, but and I think they still do it. I don't technically know, but Tinkerbell needs to be like fight choreography trained, like stage fight choreography trained, and like movie fight choreography trained, because basically, like, she doesn't, at least when I was there as Tinkerbell, I wasn't like doing the parades or anything like that. I was the one that came down the zip line over the castle, right? And like waved the wand right before the fireworks started. So that was I did a few other things, but that was my primary gig when I worked for the Big Bad Mouse. I still have a few of those, how when you're extra close to big fireworks and it rains those like big pieces of paper because you're so close to the explosion point. I actually have some like still like burn scars and things from like falling flaming bits of paper. Oh, is she? That's so awesome. Pixie, clearly, I mean, she's named herself Pixie Dust on the internet. And then she has an adult daughter who has a nickname that's similar to Tinkerbell. So, so you are in good company in terms of loving the fairies, especially that one. I'm trying to figure out who my favorite Disney character is now. I mean, I like so many of them, right? Like I have some favorites from childhood, but like I think like if I had to name my top three, right, it would be Moana's grandmother, and it'd be Raymond from The Princess and the Frog, right? He was the lightning bug. Raymond, who's in love with Evangeline the star. Oh my gosh, I love Raymond like so much. It's ridiculous, actually. And let's see if I had to choose a third. So Moana's grandmother and Raymond the lightning bug, or firefly, I guess some people say. Who else would be a big favorite these days? Oh, Bruno. I don't know why my brain forgot about Bruno. Maybe it's because we don't talk about Bruno. My brain is following the rules. We don't talk about Bruno. Who are your favorites? Well, Tinkerbell. And then, of course, if you would like a reading, we could talk about that as well. I'm not trying to waste your time, but I'm enjoying the conversation. Ooh, Maleficent, good pick. Cinderella and Snow White's queen. I learned her name the other day, and of course, I think it's like Eudora, Snow White's queen. I'm going to look it up again because I learned it just for the first time the other day. Nope, I'm way off. It's a Grimhilde, Grimhilda, Grimhilde, Grimhilda. Although her name is not spoken in the film, it appears in the concept art and promotional materials, and it's considered canon for the Disney franchise. So Queen Grimhilda. So Maleficent, Grimhilda, and Cinderella. Oh, those are lovely. Those are lovely picks.
Yeah, well, it must be. Hi, Mom there.
Hold on one second. There are people in my house. 1 second here. Sorry about that, my darling, my dear. People in my home decided to make a bit of a ruckus for their own entertainment. Nothing wrong with that. Now, okay, I want to make sure. I know I got your name close, but if I'm going to say it a few times, my Capricornian friend, is it is it Nakengi or is it Nakenji? Do you have a nickname? Don't want to be addressing you inaccurately. Nakenji. Thank you, Nakenji. Yay! All right, so I believe you're new here. Is that correct? I think you might have already answered that, and I apologize if you have. A little bit of a chaos monkey tonight. I was trying to look up the meaning of the name Nakenji, and it is so beautifully unusual. It is not as easy to find. Let's see. Angelic child. I knew it was going to be something cool. Is it? I mean, I'm only finding points of contact in Urdu. Is that the point of origin? I don't. Usually, the internet knows a little more. I'm disappointed. I have a weird first name too. That, of course, I don't say on the interwebs, but I can't find it either. But angelic child, that's beautiful. Well, welcome. So, all newbies get readings are free, and I'm very mouthy, like meaning it can go on for a long time if you so will it. Nigerian, okay, that's beautiful. So yes, so all newbies receive free readings, and they can go on a while if you're okay with that. The just so people know, these are just the normal prices for streams. They're not relevant to right now. But just so people know, what's the word around here? And so, what you are Capricorn? We know this. What is your question, or what would you like a reading on? General reading. We can do that. Okay, guides, what deck here? I know I'm feeling pulled this direction. Is this the right deck to start with for Nikenji? Okay. So we're at least starting out with the Playful Heart Tarot. This is a Kitten Chops deck. I love Kitten Chops. She's a beautiful artist. She makes very happy things, generally speaking. She has a few different decks and a website. It's just kittenchops, I think, .com or whatever. But she also makes everything from home, like even like prints it at home, cuts it at home, hand sends. It's a beautiful thing. Let me start shuffling here. So angels, archangels, guides, ascended masters, God, the saints, deity from all religions and spiritualities across the world. Please help us as we do this reading for Nakenji. Please watch over, protect, and bless any tool that we choose to use. Please help me do my best and be able to interpret any symbols that you might send along. And please help Nakenji be able to do the same from her side of the experience. Please help everything discovered here be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved and for our own edification. And please watch over and protect any spiritual doorways, gateways, windows. I'm going to let you guys and the divine be in charge of what type of energy you let into our experience. Watch over and protect anyone that might be here at present or witness this reading in future. As ever, thank you so very much for all of your wonderful assistance at all times and the blessings we have bestowed upon us. So we're looking to do a general reading for Nakenji. Do you guys want me to shuffle any more? And how many? Okay. Again, this is a general reading for Nakenji, please. What can guides in the universe tell her? For Nakenji. There's a lot of them here. We'll see what comes back. Some lovely cardstock, though. Do you guys guides, are you looking for both? And are we reading in versions? What about this one? Maybe we're not reading in versions based on what you're doing. All right, we'll do no inversions with clarifiers. Copy that. Slippery little suckers. See the clarifier for each to start off. Guides, do you want all 3 of these? In order for her, they keep coming back and falling in groups. Bring it back in. I'm not hearing clearly enough. Guides, do you want this inverted? Right side up. Whee! Okay, there we go. Just flew across the room. This is the bottom of the deck. Okay, got it. Okay. Shall I use this as a clarifier as well? Let's see what we have here. Now bear with me. Sometimes it takes me a minute to get cooking, but once we cook a lot. Let's see here. Now, please, the more you and I are connected, the more I'll be able to sort of hear and see what I'm supposed to hear and see. So I don't need you to like tell me anything. Just stay connected, but you've already done a beautiful job of conversing anyway, so I'm not too worried about it. But if we're on the right track, like a yes would be helpful, or if we're off, let me know, because sometimes I'm interpreting visions and I need to know sort of which direction to go. So to me, it looks like your girls' trip is literally here. Because otherwise I would have asked you if you had taken a vacation recently, because it led with the sun, which this deck is just so darling. And then the clarifier for that is the Queen of Wands, which is about sort of clearing your head and taking time to vacation and stuff. So I think that this is likely like the trip you just took here. But I'm taking a look and seeing what else we have going on. Okay, so, and this is just overarching energy right now without like many details. I probably will clarify my brains out here with cards and asking them questions. But would it be fair to say, like, what I'm seeing overarching, at least per my perception at this particular juncture, is that there's things going on for you in your working life, in your work life specifically. Is that fair to say? Okay, thank you. Because I would just again with overarching energies, right? Like what I'm seeing and hearing a little bit about already is, again, it's talking about like stability and finances, and it doesn't like look again at this point like stability aspect doesn't look like it's in like complete uproar and peril, but it does look like there's some stuff going on in the working area of your life, right? Like there's something here about sort of guides. Before I say this, can you verify? Yeah, okay. Anyway, it's looking like there's some sort of sneaky underhandedness, potentially at your place of employ or in whatever business you are engaging yourself in. It feels like there is, some sort of sneaky things going on, and not really. And in that, they're not even things that are beneficial. They're sort of things that are not at all useful to whatever it is. Again, I'll discover it as we move forward, but it's sort of like they're not even thinking business wise, like they're just sneaking around like for their own entertainment, or it has something to do with sort of escapism in some ways. Anyway, then there's a big change, like a big sort of rebirth. We've got the death card here, supported by the hanged man, and so there's some sort of like I don't know if it's like a new career path or letting go of some aspect of career and not really being certain. Like there's something new happening. There's a rebirth. There's some form of starting over in that area, but with the hanged man, or in this case the hanged plant, it's sort of indicating you haven't really decided how you're feeling about that. Am I way off so far, my dear? Because I don't want to, because I'm going to start speeding up and I don't want to be on the wrong path. Okay. Thank you. So yeah, so there's this rebirth and restarting factor, and you're just undecided, and I'm not sure about what. I'm going to get a clarifier for a minute, in a minute. But you're undecided. It's either how you feel about, guys, can I just get a clarifier here about the indecision aspect? What are we undecided about? Like there's a rebirth or starting over about what to do next. Yeah, okay, I think. Yeah, okay. It feels like you're undecided about like sort of where to put your energy next, where so you're sort of tempering that. You're sort of tempering your energy and not like gung-ho charging into whatever's next, because you're undecided. I don't know if it's you're undecided about whatever is next, or if you like your options. I'm not certain about that yet, but it is, I can see that you're sort of holding back from like charging into the next thing because you're undecided about sort of starting over in some ways. A message that's coming through here though, like after that point in the reading, is the Eight of Pentacles and the Nine of Pentacles. There are pentacles all over this, right? So that's always, of course, about stability and security, and it's earth energy too, right? But this just, instead of, I don't know why, but maybe it's just the guides probably, but it is definitely talking about your working life. But so there is also talk though about definitely about like teamwork, very specifically, and these cards are just darling in general. But this is the Eight of Pentacles in her deck, and it's ants. It's the little ants, and they are working together, which is just the most darling thing ever, actually. And so there is discussion about teamwork and how within the confines of that, within you really flourish, right? Okay, they're even saying, you flourish in a team that's cohesive, and they're saying leading too. You're a solid leader when you have a team that's cohesive and collaborative. And I get the feeling, based on this like sort of sneaky energy that they're talking about earlier, and like somebody sort of not having their head in the right place. And this is not you. So this is like a coworker, or I don't know if it was a guide, was it a superior? Yeah. But coming from energy where the team definitely, you had at least one, maybe more people that were not team players, that were behaving sort of in underhanded ways, making unfortunate decisions. And so it's talking about how, I'm trying to figure out how this is connected though, like figure out, where to put your energy next and where to move on. But it is talking very much about how you're a great team leader. You flourish in really cohesive team environments. And then that's sort of doubled down here. She adds additional cards to her decks that are darling. I just love this little young woman. I just think she's very creative and interesting. But this is a card she added to this deck, and it's the Explore True Abundance card. And so if you'll notice, like they're here, playing together in a circle, holding hands, united, enjoying themselves, like loving what they do, doing it collaboratively, enjoying that. And so they're sort of doubling down on that. But they also, again, this is the bottom of the deck. And then this was a support card for that. And this is the Star card, right? So they're talking about how much you shine as a leader, and of a collaborative and cohesive group of team. Team is the right word. Now, that's everything that's right here, right? So that's this, that's what I can say at the moment about the cards that are here. Do you have any specific questions that I can ask about work that would ideally lead me to the answers you're looking for? Like, are you looking for, is it that you're looking to choose between jobs? Are you trying to decide where to go next? Are you trying to decide if you're going to stay? Guides, what did you say? Are you in a should I stay or should I go place wherever you're working? Is that sort of what this is? Should you stay? Okay. That's what it felt like. Because in the beginning when I was seeing it, I thought, oh golly, I don't know if like she's actually like left the job or lost the job, or if it's just there's some sneaky stuff going on, and it's making it less pleasant. And that it also, they're saying right now too, that wherever it is that you work, it's that, like deep down in your guts, that if you were allowed to, I don't know if it's rearrange to work with different people, but if you were allowed to make certain choices as to like what team you were leading or something to that effect, that that whatever this is, wherever you work, like you could just make everything so much better functioning again and so much more successful. So I can see why there'd be like some, like, should I stay? Because you can totally see potential here, and you can totally, you sort of even seem to know based on the people around you, like what you could do with them and their abilities. And but there's this other stuff going on that's like, ugh, I can feel that energy. So let's find out if you should stay. Let's ask that, because I'm glad you had that vacation though. It explains why they opened up with like, oh yes, relaxing in the sun, taking your mind off of it. I'm sure that was necessary based on that sneaky guy. Like, I don't know if it's actually a guy, but in the cards, it was like a platypus man. I'm not sure what he was. So, angels, archangels, guides, ascended masters, Jesus, God, saints, beautiful deities across all world religions and spirituality. Please help us to sort out if Nikenji should stay. What is your best advice for Nikenji about if she should stay at her current place of employ, or if she's better off leaving? Without overcomplicating it, can we just ask this? If you could answer, guides, if that's possible. Should she stay, if we could get that answer, but also if she stayed, what would that look like? We could get that sort of encapsulated here. Because my brain, of course, was like, are there better options? All these things, but I don't want to move too fast. So should Nikenji stay at her current place based on your best advice? And what would that look like, if you please? Hello, country love. Okay, let's see. Welcome. Okay, should Nikenji stay at current place? Is this what you guys wanted? It started to fall. Is this what you wanted? Okay. Should Nikenji stay, and what would that look like? A bunch again. Let's see what they are and put them back in. Now I'm shuffling too. I'm hearing they're not giving you guys the right tools. I don't know what that means, right? Because I'm just the messenger and I don't know what you do, but they're talking about how you're not giving, and they didn't just say you, they're not giving you guys the right tools. Okay, again, sorry guys. Should Nikenji stay at her current place of employ? We're not reading inversions, we're doing clarifiers. Okay. She stay at her current place of employ, and what does that look like? I'm not going to lie, so far I'm going to do clarifiers, but it's looking pretty good actually, staying. Here's that sneaky one again though. Okay. They came back. What you doing here, sneaks? Okay, let's get clarifiers. Again, this is still, should Nikenji stay at her current place of employ, and what does that look like? I remember that was Guides, do you want to do the clarifiers, reading inversions? Okay, I see. Different sneaky. I got it. This looked very similar, man. Okay. Both. Let's see what we have going on here. I'm understanding that. Okay, guys, can I get a clarifier here, please? And one here. Three here. I see. Okay, thank you, guys. Okay. So here's what I'm seeing, which is I wasn't sure what to expect, right? So the question, at least for now, was should Mackenzie stay, and what would that look like? Okay, so again, it opens with one of her additional cards in the deck, which is the "Wow, you got it" card. which was pretty clear, right? So it was sort of like, yes, I mean, right now it's looking like, yes, you should stay. I need to go back and understand that. But then it talks about when we said, like, should she stay and what does that look like, right? It's saying, for lack of a better, I'm trying to figure out how to put words into what I'm seeing. It's sort of like if you let your creative side, I'm going to put it the best way I can, and then hopefully we can clarify it some more. But if you put your creative side and allow more people to see your creative side, or share your creative side, or input or something, with more of the people around you, that's going to be really beneficial, stability wise and success wise. What's interesting too is there is going to be a fresh start in terms of how things feel around there. And the sneaky guy is on his head. So whether this is a person or multiple people, right, there's going to be a fresh start, because that person is not, either they're not going to be there at all, or that element is going to be tempered, or either tempered or eliminated, right? Like they'll be the lone man or woman, right? Lone person. They're not going to be able to cause the type of trouble they have. You're going to be able to move past the negatives. Now, it's sort of saying if you stay there, you have no choice. You have no choice but to move past the negatives. Like there's no other choice. Is to move past, not the negatives of like the job, but move past the problems, whether the problems are problematic people or situations, is move past those. But you can move past those. And it's not just to get by, it's in order to bring new growth forward in your work experience. And this restarting, this new start, came with the Justice card this time. So like if you move past the trouble, sort of there's going to be a new start there. The World card came in to support that too. And then you have the Emperor. There's a lot of major arcana here as well. So there's actually a lot of benefit for you staying. Okay, I'm looking at the chat now, so hold on. Does this make sense? Did that answer the question for you? Because I know I'm speaking sort of in vague terms, because I don't know details, but I know the energies. There is the only thing I see in here that, like, I mean, it doesn't look like, they weren't like poof, it's magically perfect, right? But it is saying like you should stay. There's, and if you show your energy or your creativity or that type of thing, to more you'll find more collaborators, and that'll be lucrative. You'll get a fresh start, and the problem element will be the lone, man out. And I'm just going through them one more time, and you'll be able to bypass the trouble. But it will be your only option, right? Bypassing and moving through and to the other side of it to recreate something, like pushing past the people that are causing trouble towards, whoever the leader is, in order to, get some stuff done. Yes, total sense. Okay. So, I'd love to say like, hey, you'll just go poof and it's better, but it is saying stay, it will get better. And they're talking, the guides to me are talking about your leadership again, and how, okay, they just said, don't give up on, again, I'm not sure what that means, but don't give up on your leadership, but also don't give up on, sort of, doing it your own way. I don't think they're advising you break any major rules of wherever you work or whatever, but don't be afraid to bring your own personal creative energy into whatever framework already exists. It's going to be successful for you, and it's going to help a lot of other people too, right? Because I see all these other people and they're in the same place you are, right? They're still working in the place where there's a sneaky person that needs to be, moved through, and they're like sort of, it's almost like, like you sharing your energy and pushing through it all is going to benefit everyone, because I mean, like, this is the world card and they're all having like a wonderful time. So I hope that makes sense. Do you have any other clarifiers? I don't know what you do, but I know you're good at it. I keep hearing that, and that you're more creative than the average whoever you work with, but that there are, I don't know if it's younger creatives. It feels like maybe younger or maybe more junior to you at the workplace, creatives that are going to benefit so much from you sort of being in a position of leadership. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. But yes, stay. They really believe you should stay, at least for now. Like, of course, like, I don't think we're talking, I don't think we asked about forever, but like, certainly, like, there was no warning, like, stay, but only for 5 minutes, or I didn't see anything like that. It looked good. Just a little bit of a challenge, maybe. And they're talking about now how there has been some type of, I don't know, I'll just say it how they're saying it, because maybe you'll just understand. There's been some emotional damage done to you and others through whatever has transpired there of late, but that you can get past that and be very happy. Do you have any other questions, my dear, on this topic or any other? I'm so glad you took that vacation, though, just feeling that energy. It looked like fun. Like, it came out like leading with one of the happiest cards. So your girls on your girls trip must be like wonderful friends or family members or both. Well, Country, you're brand new here, I believe. And as you can see, there aren't very many people around. So I give all newcomers a free first read. This was Nakenji's first read. Oh, I'm so glad I answered your question completely. I always want to do the best I can to help people. I know how much, however you want to put it, the universe, angels, God, any deity, insert, right? I know like how much they love you and everyone, and always want to give their best advice. So I'm so glad it can be helpful. I thought it was your first time here, so it's Kenji's first time here as well. So I like today. I like meeting new people. I'm grateful you're here. So anyway, all first readings are free. I'm just putting this up just so, like, for future, right? These are just the prices, like, for the people that are regulars that come around past the first initial read or whatever. But I will certainly give you as much time as you need, quite frankly, in this first reading. Just like people to see what the environment is like around here. First time twins, that's right. You're welcome, Nakenji. I hope that you come back around. It's been lovely to meet you, and that you have a first time twin with you too. I'm jealous. Well, actually, right now in the midst of summer, maybe I'm not as jealous of Florida, although it's just as hot and humid where I am. But you have the beautiful ocean, though. You have that beautiful ocean. I'm in the Midwest. We don't have that so much. Yes, it's been lovely to meet you. And some night when we haven't um, been quite so exhausted, I'm sure Pixie will be thrilled to meet you too. So please make sure you come back. So, okay, so country love homestead. Um, you can ask whatever you would like. You could ask a question. You can get a general reading. It's up to you. Now, the way it happens for me is it's sort of a combination. I'm primarily a medium, but I have my guides and your guides sort of help um, with all types of readings, right? It doesn't just have to be talking with like a relative or something. And we utilize cards, but it's more like a intuitively led tarot usage, I guess. But yes, you could ask anything you would like. Sometimes I'll, since you did ask, is it general spirit led? Sometimes if there are things they want said that somebody doesn't ask, if they know it's urgent, they will totally hijack a reading. they are not they are not shy about that, but most of the time they answer all questions you might have. I'm dealing with a Libra lately. I'd like to know what the future looks like for our connection. Okay, so Libra is air. And what are you? My guides don't talk as much about signs, but they do talk about elements. So you're air. Or no, Libra's air. I'm sorry. What are you? Guides. What deck would you like me to use for country homesteads? Calling DJ. You're a Virgo. Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday. That's wonderful. Virgos are some of my favorite people. Call him DJ. Okay. So DJ. So air and earth. And the signs are right close together too. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, guys, you're gonna what deck do you guys want me to use? Is this one a good starting off point? Is this the deck you want? Okay, we can start with this. Okay. Give me 1 second here. I have a cat that's trapped in a room. I know that's ridiculous, but I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry about that. I don't know if you could hear the cat bellowing or not, but it was getting ridiculous. I'm sorry. Let me shuffle here a little bit. Okay. Angels, archangels, guides, and students. The saints. Jesus, all beautiful deities across the world, religions and spiritualities. Please watch over this reading for country. Love Homestead, the beautiful birthday girl. Please watch over and bless any tools that we use. Help me be able to best interpret any messages that you might have for her, and help her to interpret from her end as well, so that we can reach understanding. Please help everything be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved and for our own edification and understanding. And please watch over and protect all gateways and doorways, spiritually speaking. We only want the love and light of source and kindness and truth here. So I would ask you guys to watch over that, those entryways, to keep us all safe. Please and thank you. So the question here is going to be, guys, what can you tell us about the connection between DJ, the Libra, and country, the Virgo? I'd like to know what the future looks like between DJ and country, if it's possible. Can see what their relationship, or what the future looks like for their connection. How many do you want to do, guys? Okay. All right. What does the future look like for the connection between DJ and country? Oh, guides, are we reading inversions? Are we reading them in the top row? Okay. Thank you. What does the future look like for the connection between the country and DJ? Okay, I'm slowing down until I slow down. Future look like for DJ and country? Does the future of the connection between DJ and country look like? Ooh, they're just flown everywhere. And then you guys said inversions and clarifiers. This is a picture of the connection between DJ and country. Okay, 3 fell, and I can tell you want them in order. So this one go under next. Okay, which order? Does this one go under next? Okay. It's meant to be inverted. This is next. shoot. Just flung that over everywhere. Okay, this is the bottom of the deck. Lordy. I think I picked them all up. Okay. I just want to clarify one thing. Okay. It looks pretty good so far, my dear. Now, the more I'm connected to someone, like whether there's somebody that comes back or if we're just meeting, the more energy exchange we have, the better and more clear I can read you. So if I start veering off in a direction that's inaccurate, I don't need you to give me like answers, like tell me the story, but just if you could just say, no, I don't know if that's right. Or if it is right, just say, yes, I understand or something, because us being connected would help me a lot. Now, this looks really solid. I get nervous sometimes as a reader when people ask about the future of something, especially if it's moderately like new, because that means they're excited about it. And sometimes if it tanks, I'm like, oh man, I hate being the messenger for that stuff. But anyway, so the overarching energy is really good. There's definitely a few messages in here for you. I mean, it's good. Like the future for your energy is good. There's a lot of balance here between sort of stability and fun, or stability and emotion, practicality and emotion. There's a lot of solid balance there. I know that sounds funny. It's good, but it is. Now I will say, so it started off though. This lovely lady that did this deck, her name is Kitten Chops. This is the Playful Heart Tarot. She adds in additional cards to her decks. This is the Trust Life deck. And so this is one of the cards that opened for you. And then the clarifier is the Eight of Pentacles. And in this case, it was inverted, right? So, and then I was sort of like, what's that about? Like in relation to this, because I'm seeing the other things about relationship. And this is more like a little message to you, which is, this is the best translation I can say, right? Because it's Trust Life. And then this would be about teamwork, but it's on its head. So when I asked, they were sort of like, okay, it's like this. It's like she was hoping for, or sort of prayed for, a man like this, or an experience that's sort of like this, and has been, praying or asking for help, in this area of like maybe romance or love life or whatever. And we're there collaborating, and she doesn't trust that we have her back. She doesn't trust that we have her back. But we do. We have her back. I think probably probably he does too, right? Because again, as we move forward, I'm seeing a really interesting and good combination of stability and emotions. But this is definitely this was like a message from spirit, and it may apply to him. I'm not sure, but like, definitely, it's sort of like, lady. You asked us for this, like you've prayed and you've worked on it. Like they're saying, like you've worked on, I don't know if it was self-work or healing or whatever it was, and you've done a beautiful job, and we're totally a cohesive team, but you don't trust it. You don't trust that that's what this is, and that is what this is. Um, we got your back. Whether, I mean, I'm telling you, this looks good, but like their message is, whether it's bad, good, or neutral, we got your back. You have to believe us. You are 1000% faithful, and you are in beautiful connection, right, with your spirituality and religion and beliefs, and you try very hard to stay in that beautiful connection, and they really appreciate that. But they're saying, you put in the work, we're putting it into, you can trust us. So then we have the Ten of Swords, which is sort of like, again, I'm an intuitive reader. It's sort of like KO, right? Like knocked out. But this is sort of in a playful way. It's supported by the Empress, which is like loving, maternal, beautiful woman. So it's sort of like, this is a total knockout. Like this person, I'm going to get a clarifier, but I'm pretty certain what I'm hearing is correct. Like he just thinks you're a knockout, quite frankly. Like he thinks you're beautiful. I'm going to look at the chat here in a second. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying, but get this clarifier. But I'm pretty sure they're saying he just thinks you're beautiful. They're saying he tells you so too. Hold on, I'm just going to look at the chat. See what you've said. Okay, yes, you'll do that, right? You understand? Yes, I like to plan everything. He always says, just let it flow. Trust him. Yeah, he's an answered prayer. Oh, that's beautiful. Been healing, lady. I'm scared of being hurt. I understand that. I'm going to trust my intuition though, and here to hear my guides. Okay, so that makes total sense to me why they would be saying that, because of course, like if it's something you're learning, like all of us, right? Anytime we're learning something, it's like, am I doing it? Do I have it? Like, do I got it? They're saying you do. You got it. Of course, we all can grow, and the bond can grow tighter, and the skills can grow more focused, right? But you're there. You don't have to doubt your ability to connect. You're connecting, and they're listening, and they have your back. But yeah, he thinks you're a knockout. Like he just thinks you're so beautiful. You're all like, the Empress in the tarot deck, right, is sort of the mother of the tarot, and the Emperor is the father of the tarot. So this is, there's all sorts of different energies, but this is sort of like, all that is woman, divine feminine, like really like appreciating the femininity. And then this is like a knockout, right? Now it was, we're not reading in versions. It's just something I was communicating with my guides about. Originally it was upside down. So to make it clear that it wasn't like a negative thing, it wasn't like you've been knocked out like by this person. It's that he thinks you're a total knockout. Like you knocked him out. He thinks you're gorgeous. Let's see. Oh, he tells you, okay, all the time. Okay. And then we've got the Emperor with the Three of Cups. And this here again, there's the father, right? There's the father of the tarot. Stable, I would say, based on at least what I can see in the cards, like he has his act pretty together. At least that's how it's looking to me. And he sort of sits solidly in his power, in his energy. And that's a good thing, because this is not reading as cocky. This is reading as just someone who knows themselves, which is a lovely thing to have as a partner and playmate. And then the Three of Cups, which is about like socialization and playful engagement, right? So it's sort of like he has his act together, but he isn't stodgy about it. He's very playful, and you guys are very playful together. Then the Two of Cups, which, golly, so the Two of Cups, there's a Lover's card, as everyone probably sitting here knows. In the tarot, there's a Lover's card. But really, the true, most deep, romantic, in my opinion, card in the deck is the Two of Cups, right? Because this is about that true partnership that that has long-term potential. That's a partnership. The Lovers can be about drama and romance and sex, and all of that's, I guess, fun. I don't know about the drama part, but romance and sex, right? And that's important and fun, right? But this is about sort of like the whole package. These two little dolphins are connected. And a lot of times in certain decks, it'll be like a couple of like old people sitting on a park bench. It's that kind of energy. Yeah, Emperor and Empress. And then it's another one of her lovely additions to the deck, and it's the You Are Free card. So in the placement that it's in, I would say that's a pretty lovely message, right? You are free. You are free to love this person. At least at this particular juncture where you guys are right now, there's nothing that is like a big speed bump or a big enormous obstacle. Now, this is where I have just a little bit of concern. But I think it has something to do, I don't know if it's his past. It sort of gives that energy, but this card here is sort of about standing your ground and saying, I have the right to be here. So I don't know if he has an ex-partner that, I don't know, I don't know who this could be. But it's giving ex-partner energy, ex-girlfriend energy. But I mean, I'm not sure, it doesn't tell me if it's like an ex-wife or if they co-parent or if it's just an ex-girlfriend or whatever it is. But I think this person might be a little bit of trouble. But there's nothing that says there's nothing that shows me he has a connection to this. He doesn't have something like a string, a bond holding him here. This is just saying that there might be a point where you have to put your, and again, it's not it's not giving drama. It's not saying you're going to have to fight, with someone or argue or whatever. But it's just there's some element where you need to be knowing that you have the right to be where you are. You're not in the wrong place, and I'm going to ask for a clarifier because I would like to just double clarify what this means, because this could be that you just doubt yourself. So I am gonna clarify it just to see if it's you going, oh my gosh, this is too good to be true. I don't belong here, or whatever. If it doesn't give me self-worth vibes, it more gives me no, I'm in the right place. You guys move along kind of energy. And then it had the Wheel of Fortune inverted, which just sort of means there's no movement on this. It's not gonna change. You have the right to stake your claim here. And again, it's not talking about being possessive of him. It's just saying, if anybody ever questioned you, including yourself, no, you belong there. But it ends with the Queen of Cups, right? And this is, this woman is holding a cup full of love. Her cup runneth over with love, right? And of course, it's a water. So, this is emotional satisfaction. Let's clarify that one, though, just to see. Guys, can you give us any clarification on, can we find out to whom she might need to feel like she's holding her ground in her dynamic? Can you give us an indicator of that? Okay, I'm hearing what you guys are saying. Do we have a card that could amplify? I actually think this is you. I wasn't sure. I think this is you. I think that because it's sort of, we got the Five of Wands, right, which is sort of like, it just is telling me like it's more thoughts and a head game. Let me see what you said here. Hold on. That could be both. He's a bit more luxurious than me, and sometimes I feel like I'm not good enough. There it is. But he always tells me he likes me for me. None of that matters to him. Like, yeah. Okay. This happened at the right time. You typed that at the right time for these cards to come up. I love the universe so much sometimes. We are so well loved by Source. It's unbelievable, like when you really think about it. But so anyway, this is giving in your head, right? Energy. This is like that overthinking monster, and you'll have to put your foot down and be like, no, 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 no. We belong here. We are totally worthy of this wonderfulness. And then this came in, like when I was asking for a clarifier, I got 2, and the Sun, which it's like, okay, woman, you don't have to have this argument with yourself. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. Look at, it's more than okay. This guy looks good. How do you feel about it? Does this represent like your perception of it so far, the things that are here? Yeah, I will overthink the one. Yeah. It's that Virgo. Like, I mean, I have a few Virgos I love very much. And again, I know that not everything is your sun sign, right? There's so many elements in the chart and things like that. But there are some things, right? There are some similarities between people of certain signs, right? And you guys, when you love, you make very deep commitments once you decide, right? Now, sometimes you take a while to decide. But once you make up your mind, you put your whole self into everything. And so I understand why there would be a lot of self-negotiation because, you know, we're sort of trained, I think, that, and you have a more clinical, not critical, just clinical accuracy based eye than a lot of us. You know, and so we're sort of trained that if it seems too good to be true, you know, there must be something. I don't see anything here. And it doesn't, you know, it doesn't, the other thing is it looks beautiful and wonderful. The balance looks nice, but it also, there's nothing that takes it so far over the top where it's like, oh, this is a fantasy. This is not possible. This is possible. This is healthy. And, I mean, I'm sure, like, I don't know how long you guys have been hanging out, but like, you know, he is a Libra and they work so hard to maintain balance, but that means there is a swing, you know, there's an element where that swings sometimes for them because, well, a Virgo should appreciate how balance is so important. And so because they are constantly trying to get it like just right, they overcorrect a little bit all the time. And so, like, you know, that might be a factor, whether, I don't know if you've experienced it yet or not, but that's not really like, that's somebody trying really hard, you know, to live a good life. He balances me heavily and I love it. Right. He came in right off the back and pushed me to see who I am. My self-esteem was shot. He was like, no, ma'am, fix it. I will not land. Ah, yeah. But to me, and tell me if this is right, you're the one that can tell me, but he says those things. But I believe, based on what I'm seeing here, he means those things. And he's not saying them in like a sort of blow smoke up your skirt kind of way, right? Like, at least here, he's being represented as someone who would, maybe he will tell you a painful truth occasionally, right? But it's always intended with like everyone's greater good in mind. And so when he tells you those things, it's not like he's reading off a Hollywood script. It's in maybe some really sort of everyday plain ways based on like sort of some of the practicality I see in here. But he means it then. He means it. And emotionally, like you're flowing like this. There's nothing about this that says like delusional or right. This is just healthy emotional flow. And I'm sure you're talking about healing, and like I could see it right here because they were immediately talking about like, lady, we have your back. You've worked so hard on yourself, and but this person seems like they're invested in helping you do that, and vice versa, right? Like, I mean, I feel like that's a silly thing to even ask, honestly. Like you give the energy that like you're once you finally decide to be all in, right? Like you take care of your people beautifully. And so even better, right? Even better that it's mutual. When we first met, he would flash his money in fancy cars. He showed me 10K in cash. And I'm like, oh, okay, but what's your favorite color? What do you do for fun? He's so confused. I bet. But doesn't he love it? Doesn't he love that? Like, I bet it's really healing for him too. Like, I understand. It's sad to me, right? It's a little sad. I feel, I have a lot of men in my family that I love, young and old, and it makes me sad that like that is something. I mean, wanting to care for your person, like that's lovely, but that they have to lead with that. And honestly, sometimes society is sort of saying they do. Like they have to lead with like, here's what I can give you, and that makes me really sad. And like it's not very fair in a lot of ways. So because he looks stable and it doesn't look like flighty, it doesn't seem like he's materialistic to me. It just seems like he was trying to say, well, this is how we tell someone that they are a quality person these days. And you went, nuh-uh, just tell me that you like yellow and let's hold hands. I'm happy for you based on what I can see here. I mean, you probably know the world isn't the easiest place, and at least not Earth, right? And nothing is perfect, but everything here, there's no huge warning signs. There's no thing saying he's a dirty, filthy liar. None of that. He's a pretty boy, so to have him walk in my chicken house and collect eggs and be in his white shoes. Oh, that's darling. Libras get a little like that though. Like my female friends who are Libras, like I have one that I joke believe like that she believes she's a Disney princess, and that if she walks outside and just holds her hand up like a little cartoon bird's gonna land, right? There's sort of a little bit of fairy tale romanticism with them, but they believe it. It's not false. They just sort of occasionally live in that like romance town where they need to dress to be princess or prince charming, um, and if they sing, like the bees will come and clean their house. But it's, really sweet. And the fact that he's like, screw my white shoes, I'll come collect eggs. I'm excited for you. But they are. Okay, so they're Spirit's just doubling back really quickly. Like they're like, hey, if this is the last thing you say to her, trust life. I don't know if we can read that. Yeah, trust life. This is the teamwork, but let's turn it this way, right? Believe in the teamwork. You're working together with God and Spirit, the universe. They're watching out for you. Even if things get hard or whatever, they've got you. He loves seeing my garden finds and my nature walk pictures. I thought he was blowing so good. It's real. I'm excited for you. I know that there are some people, right, where I'd be internally as excited, but I might not express it because they might be a little less grounded. But I can tell that you're crazy about him, but like trying to move carefully. So I think I'm not afraid to say like this is exciting. Well, it certainly looks good now. I know that, things can change, but I don't see that like right here, right now. And there was no sign of him being a dirty liar or pulling the wool over your eyes. Like everything that's going on right now is real. But yeah, they want you to know that they have your back but in every way. Like they're repeating it to me a lot, in every way, like outside of your love life, just in all ways, because yeah, okay, they're saying you have put in some serious work. You're trying so hard to relax into healing and both, and that's always so hard, right, with healing, because you have to both work hard at it and relax into it, which is really complicated. But they're saying, you're just, and look at this beautiful person. This must be you, actually. Look, because you were talking about your garden and your nature walks, and like, so here she is, like with the sun, wearing her that hat has a heart on it, wearing her love hat and her love buttons, walking barefoot out there in the grass. That's you. Let's see if I can. It's always so hard to zoom in with this little camera, but she's got good eyelashes too. I like this artist. She makes happy things. Yeah, this is lovely. Do you have any clarifying questions, my dear? I feel like they definitely talked about that for sure. She has a few decks. This is the Playful Heart Tarot. Then she has just one deck. Well, I have it over here somewhere where the cards are. I'm not joking. They're like this big, and it's just the major arcana. Because she wanted to do translate her little oil paintings to a deck, and so she made those. And then this other one is a pip deck, which is a little bit different to work with. She, of course, is adorable, so she called it the Pip Speak Tarot. This time she made a little drawer. I mean, her stuff's adorable. Look at the inside of that box. It's she's just all about the creativity and love. They're just cute. She's cute. She hand paints. Which way is right side up here? Bonjour. There we go. Okay. She hand paints. Sorry. She hand paints these velvet altar cloths or tarot deck reading cloths with her art. So when you buy one, I mean, maybe she's gotten more popular now and some of them are prints, I'm not sure, but the ones I have, they're hand painted velvet cloths that she just sits around in her house and does. No, ma'am, I think you clarified that. My man. That's so good. That's so good, DJ. That's awesome. One of my guides made a joke. I'm not sure who it was, but they were like, they said something like, it's so good that, you know, you let him know that you weren't after him for like the cash and stuff, but damn girl, you should have gotten a pair of shoes first. I'm not sure who in my guidance system said that, but they're silly. Excellent. Well, I appreciate you being here. Yeah, signature pieces. Yeah, they're beautiful. I appreciate you being here. I hope you come back. We have gaps sometimes just between myself and my sitter. We both sort of have some health things. So we always do come back. So, but please do come back and visit us again if you're up and around when we are, because we'd love to have you around more, hanging out. We sort of have, I like, every time my channel hits like 120, I start a new one because I'm scared to have a big channel. I know that's ridiculous. But so we've had sort of a regular, group of a couple handfuls of people for a long time. So tonight I met 3 new people. You're one of them. I'm really excited that happens. I have new shoes in my closet I never wore, but I consider it next time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were joking, but I don't know who said it. Someone that's being sassy, but they all have, on the other side, they have such that wry sense of humor, that dry wit. They all are just always being silly. Oh, I'm so glad you woke up for a potty break then. I'm glad you popped in too. Yeah, we're sort of late night. We try and catch Europe and the UK some, but anyway, hopefully we'll catch you some night, like before you're slumbering beautifully. You're so welcome. Thank you for coming and bringing your energy here, and take care of yourself. Sleep well. Sleep well with the rest of your night. I hope you get at least a little bit more sleep wherever you are. All in silent. USA, 6 a.m. Oh, you're Central Standard too. So am I. I am a night owl. I hope it's Monday though. Oh, but anyway, I hope that you get rest when you can. Okay, so I think that our beautiful sitter and her beautiful beloved have long been asleep. I love them very much. Thank you so much to all people that came in that were new today. I'm trying to remember Crystal and Nikenji and Country. So thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate meeting new people. And of course, to our lovely, deeply loved regular people that have stopped in today, thank you for coming in and saying hi whenever it is you did, and for watching. I appreciate it very much. And we're going to try and be here as much as we can. Like, as aforementioned, there just everybody has their thing. And for a few of us, the two of us, we've been alternating physical health issues. And so there will be times when we go away, but we always come back, and we do our best to get back sooner rather than later. So please know that if we go quiet for a while, we've not given up. We're just fighting the good fight with health issues or what have you. But we will try and be here as much as possible. So love and light to anyone that has stopped in. And I wish everybody super well. And we will be back again very soon.